welcome. Welcome. It is the Grand Prix Legends Masters Tournament. And hopefully I can be a master. But I hope everybody's having a good weekend and everything. Here for the Grand Prix Legends Masters, World Masters Championship Tournament. Not a championship, it's 2 races, and it's made up of the best, or at least that's the advertising of it. The best drivers in Grand Prix Legends all qualify, and yeah, see how we all do against each other. So it should be pretty good amount of racing. We got 2 races, 2 1-hour races. Kyalami up first, and then Road America for the second race. And let me bring this up and show you how this all works. A lot of different rules and things, but yeah, 45 laps, so about an hour at Kyalami, and then an hour at Road America. And we should be getting started with qualifying here in under 10 minutes, I believe. And so the big thing with this is chassis cost. So this is using the basic, or the default Grand Prix Legends physics, which I don't race that much anymore. The basic 1967 cars and the originals. And of course, some of these cars are just much quicker. So the Lotus is the quickest car in almost every scenario, except for straight lines. The Eagle is also very quick. The BRM is almost always the slowest car. The Honda, although we'll see maybe that's not going to be true. The Honda is quite slow normally. So to even things out, between the 2 races, I've got a total of 8 points I can spend to pick my car. And so the only thing you're not allowed to do is use Brabham, because you can't use any one car twice. So you got to do 2 different cars. And then the actual results and everything are going to be based off of some points on total time. It'll be interesting to see how well I can do, but I'm more interested in the races. And so with Kyalami up first, I figured I'd go with yeah, BRM does blow up quite easily. Yeah, but I'm going to go with the Cooper at Kyalami, which is... The Cooper is one of my favorite cars out of the default ones to drive. So both of the cars today are basically my 2 favorites from the default 67 ones. So the Cooper is what I'm going to go with at Kyalami. Cooper's got pretty decent straight line speed. It's a bit of a boat in the corners. But out of the 2 tracks, I feel like Kyalami is a little bit easier on the corners. They're very similar. They're very similar tracks, I feel like, Kyalami and Road America, oddly enough. But yeah, Cooper for Kyalami, and then I'll be going in the Ferrari for Road America, which the Ferrari at Road America is a pretty good combo. I mean, the Eagle and the Lotus would be faster, but I've seen in some of the testing, I know Lasse, who's the quickest by far, is going with the Honda for Kyalami, so I would expect the Eagle at Road America. So gonna be tough to beat him. He's so fast. He's faster than me in the Honda than I'm in the Cooper for sure. So I'm under no false impression that I'm gonna win or anything. But just waiting now for the practices to get started. So I believe this should be the schedule roughly. There's gonna be a little extra time for things to tick over, but we should be having a qualifying for Kyalami, 30 minutes, and that'll set the grid for the race. There was a big week-long qualifying, or a few weeks-long qualifying. I did it in December, actually, but kind of a knockout qualifying, and I was a little bit surprised to make it. I only did a couple tries, but I just snuck in towards the bottom of the list, and I think that means I might be towards the bottom. But we've had some folks drop out and come in and everything, so I don't know who exactly is going to be racing today, but I know everybody racing is pretty good at GPL. If you've not joined before, somehow this is your first time I do mostly offline racing with Grand Prix Legends, so the rare online race, I did my first one only a couple years ago, and it's a lot of fun, but there's some folks that really do a lot of competitive racing, so it's a little bit different setting up the cars for downright speed rather than, you know, feeling maybe realistic and stuff like that. Alright, so waiting to see when the server is going to come up. We'll be at Kyalami first, so we'll jump in the Cooper and see if I can put together a good qualifying. But I hope everybody's doing well. It's nice to see everybody. Yeah, 2022 points scale. I don't know. I'll look at the results and stuff later. It's more just about seeing how well I can do in these races. It should be, the quality of the field should be very high, which is always fun when you get in a race where all the other drivers are good. But I know some folks really want to win this. Oh, Telecaster, thank you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year indeed. Appreciate the support. Hopefully this one's entertaining today. Sometimes these races, you can have a really good race, but a lot of times as well, you know, you might get into a little pocket of your own and not see anybody else. But these tracks, they're shortish. They're decently long. But it should be, I have a feeling we'll see some action. Of course, goal is to finish, because I'm certain there'll be some folks that are much quicker that may crash at various points with each other, or, you know, just pushing. And so capitalizing on that is always a sound strategy when you maybe don't have the ultimate pace. Yeah, I feel like Grand Prix Legends is where the aliens, you know, and sim racing and everything came from. I feel like that's where that all got started with Gregor Hutu, and I'm actually using today Gregor Hutu setups that are tweaked just a little bit so I can handle them. But you can still find all that stuff online, which is cool. Yeah, Road America is quite a bit longer than Kyalami, for sure. They're very similar tracks, though. It's the long straightaways with heavy braking. They should be, I believe we're going to be doing 45 laps at Kyalami and 26 laps at Road America. But it should be about the same amount of fuel. But waiting to see. I don't race online enough, so I never know when you're supposed to join the server or not. It's a little bit different than these days, where it's all straight in front of you. You gotta watch for passwords and all this type of stuff. We'll see. It should be starting up any second, I'd imagine. But I think there's also a broadcast of this today, although I'm not sure if it's commentated. But I put that in the description of the stream. I did, Aiden. I did somehow. But yeah, in the description of the stream, I put the link to the broadcast. I'm not sure. I think it's like a replay style view of things, so might complement this well. But it should be good. Yeah, HRRC, that was a lot of stress, but it's a little bit easier when you're not hosting all the race and everything yourself. I know, it's all the rally racing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, just some guy. Yeah, but we should have a really good field here today. I know I saw Yannick, you in the chat earlier, and it's too bad he can't make it, because I always like racing you in GPL. But I know Lasse is in here, and Robert Florka, who is between, I feel like the win, unless they take each other out or have some sort of trouble, it's between Lasse and Robert. Those two are just so much faster than everybody else, at least from what I've seen. But there could also be some other folks I've never raced against before. Those are just names I recognize. Dag Johnson's in here, who I've raced before. I haven't done any Grand Prix Legends online in a while. I guess the Targa Florio over the summer was the last one I did, but in Formula Cars, it's been even longer than that. Who is actually hosting the event? It's a good question. I think Lasse has taken it over. I think it's been something, I know for sure they did it last year, and it's one of those things that's been going on for a lot of years. All right, so we're waiting for the list, I guess, of who's in which race. There's a few different races going on. Yeah, I believe mechanical damage and everything is on, so I gotta be careful not to over rev. 1 hour is more than enough time to break your car. Yeah, this song, in case you're wondering, is called Acid Jazz, and it's like with almost all the music I use, it's one of the free songs on YouTube's music library. Looks like we should probably have a full field today. Oh man, Anarchy. Thanks for the good content. Your videos maybe go back to GTR2 and NR 2003. I'm considering trying out GPL. Well, if you're looking for how to install it, I did a tutorial on that. I appreciate the super chat. It's all good stuff to go back. All right, they're announcing the grids. And I believe I should be in the first grid, hopefully. Yep, so I'm seated 12th. So out of all the cars, all the drivers participating, I am 12th quickest. It should be like 19 of us. And off of qualifying, or it looks like 18 of us, and I'm 12th. In potential speed, but we'll see how it all equals out. I think the car selection is going to make it pretty interesting. But honestly, I mean, the really quick drivers, they're quick in everything. You know, you could be driving the Lotus, and I wouldn't be surprised if Robert or Lasse just streams on by in the Honda or something. Yeah, it's funny how GPL and RBR are kind of similar in that way. Both, it's just oldies and goodies. There's this weird pocket. I've been thinking about making a video of this because I can't be the only one that's noticed. There's like this period between like 1998 and 2004 where there's a ton of sims that are still played a lot today. So like Grand Prix Legends, NASCAR 2003, Richard Burns Rally, you know, I guess GTR2 would have been a couple years after that. But it's funny how I was thinking Grand Prix 4 as well. All right. Hopefully we'll get the password here. I thought it was going to start right at the hour. Yeah, Ted Meat did a nice little video about the new the new Monaco circuit that was released for GP2. It's actually really cool. I mean, unless, you got to be really... If you're involved with those games, it's impressive. When a new Grand Prix Legends track comes out, I don't know what it looks like to somebody that doesn't play this sim at all. But, as somebody that's just played this sim for years and years, I can recognize when a new track, like when Spa came out or when Monza came out, just how much quality they are. And the Grand Prix 2 version of Monaco that just came out is the same way. It's like just so far above the quality of everything else that's out there. All right, we should be getting the password here in a second. Yeah, there's definitely the difference, Deathmeister, in what the sims are trying to do. Many of the older sims are just simulating one series. I feel like Assetto Corsa Competizione is a bit like that these days. That's a sim that has a pretty narrow scope, and I think that sim is better for that. I know a lot of people get frustrated that it doesn't have Le Mans or the Nürburgring or all those things, but it's it's what they do have is good, right? So I would encourage other sims to come out that have a more narrow set of things to drive. All right, I think I got the password. We'll see here. All right, kill the music. Now, streaming Grand Prix Legends is a bit it's always tricky, because Grand Prix Legends takes up your full screen and there's no way to alt-tab. So hopefully, fingers crossed, everything works out today. And because I can't really resurrect anything. But we'll be jumping in for this this first qualifying session, and should be 30 minutes. And it'll set the spot on the grid for the first race. So I'll be driving the Cooper at Kyalami. Yeah, I also have to use display capture instead of a window capture and everything. So it's not an easy game to stream, but thank you, Ascari. 12 months. I think you might be my longest member. Our Goodyear hats. Oh, I don't have my Goodyear hat on, huh? I gotta get it. Nobody will know. You won't know who I am unless I'm wearing it, right? There we go. We can wear it. Yeah, so for folks that just jumped in, this is the Masters tournament. So it's supposed to be like the best of the best. It's whoever qualified or tried to qualify for this. Best of the best type little tournament. We're going to be doing 2 1-hour races, both with a 30-minute qualifying before. So we're going to be heading into the Kyalami Qualifying here in a second. And we will be driving the Cooper. We'll have to see how I do. I have no idea. Could be up for a last place little ride around, or who knows? Maybe I'll be competitive, but we'll get out there and just have fun, because I don't get to race Grand Prix Legends online very much. There's some really good racing out there, but you have to be very dedicated to it, because it's generally leagues that folks race all season and all this. So to do a one-off race is always a bit of fun. I know. Actually, Aiden, I've had this idea. I don't know. Would folks want to? All right, here we go. We got the server. Let's see if I can figure out how to join. All right, we'll be driving the Cooper. We'll join in. I've been thinking of making hats, maybe, as a merch thing. I don't know. Would people actually buy merch? But it'd be fun to do a hat that kind of looks like this, but says GP Laps on it, maybe. I don't know. It's just an idea. All right. So we should be in. Everybody should be joining up. All right. So we should be in the 30-minute qualifying session. I'm going to get out there and just put a little more fuel than I need in the car and just try to do some laps and get some decent laps in. But appreciate everybody being here today. Let me know if anything's messed up, because I won't have a chance to fix it once the race starts. We'll get out, get the tires warmed up. In the default 1967 cars for GPL, getting the tires warm is one of the most important things about it. But I love this combo. The Cooper is one of my go-to cars. Both of the cars today, like I said earlier, they're really my go-to cars in Grand Prix Legends. I'm always driving these two, so it's good to be able to drive my favorite ones today, and it be not necessarily uncompetitive to do so. Yeah, but we're racing 60 frame per second version, which you can do online in GPL. So if it looks a little bit smoother and everything than normal, I did add some of the on-screen displays, which I don't usually race with, but online you got to have a little more details going on. So it takes 2 or 3 laps really to get the tires warm enough to start putting in really good times. But yeah, to qualify for this, it was time trials at Road America, and you could use any car during the qualifying, and I went with, everybody went with the Lotus because it is the quickest car, especially around a track that has any corners. But I do not like driving the Lotus in the default Lotus in Grand Prix Legends. I know that's a lot of folks go to that car. It's because it's so iconic. But I don't know. I just never really enjoyed it. It is fastest for sure, but it's just not as much fun to drive, in my opinion. Oh, big slide there. Not really pushing yet. First couple laps are really just to get the tires working. Yeah, it's all about that engine, but the Lotus turns incredibly well. So it's a 123, so I should be able to do, if I can back up my testing here, I should be able to do a 120, but you should be able to see, hopefully you can see, it's a little small, but at the very top center of the screen is the my times. But I feel like I'm on the track alone almost. First gear for the slow corner here. Real wide there. I am always in a Cooper, but it is my favorite, I think, of the 67 cars in Grand Prix Legends. But I don't race on the default physics very much, which is what we're doing today, and they feel a lot different than the 67X cars do. especially the first few laps are going to be really treacherous, as you know, cold tires, the cars love to spin. So 122.6. I'm in 8th right now. Down to second gear for turn 1. Really send it into the corner. Pretty good there. Come up to sunset. Keep it in 3rd. Left foot brake, which I don't think you'd be able to do in these cars in real life. Wow. I don't think I need to shift there. Really pitch it in. You kind of want this a wide arcing line if you can. All these corners are late apex corners. Looks like Flurke is up on Roberts up in the lead right now. Alright, it's a 121. Just keep going. I should get quicker every lap here. And like I said, I'm expecting to hopefully do a 120 something. Which should put me within a second, I would say, of the quickest times. That wasn't very good. You want to get as close as possible without touching the curbs on the first couple of corners. That one you can ride the inside curb a little bit. Yeah, you should be able to see time left 23.5 minutes there in the bottom left above the relative box. That's how much is left in the qualifying. And then we'll jump straight into the race. Alright, a few slow corners in that one, but it might be quicker. The car's just going to keep getting quicker every single lap. A little bit wide through turn 2 there. Oh, just not enough grip. Oh, yellow flag ahead. I am catching another car as well. Oh, he runs off. I can't read the chat very well with GPL because, again, it's not even on my screen that I'm looking at. It's on a side screen. All right, my best lap so far, 121.2. A couple more tenths, I can get into the 120s. It was a bit better there through turns 1 and 2. Although it was slower, it seems, than my best. I'll try second gear here through sunset. Keep it in second. Oh, all over the place. Lose a ton of time there through the slow corner. should have enough fuel for like 10 or so laps. 20 minutes to go, so we'll probably be able to make another run after this, but yeah, we'll see. I'm ninth. I'm still in ninth. I don't know how many folks have qualified so far. Lost a bit of time on that lap. We'll just try it again. Straight back into it. Brake as late as you can, hard as you can for turn one. Want a bit of a wide line, just like that. Ride that inside. Oh, that was perfect. Almost clipped it, but you're just right on the edge of clipping it. Bad entry there to Sunset. Keep in it. Ooh, another yellow flag ahead. I mean, everybody's good, but everybody's also pushing, 110%, especially in qualifying. Got a car off to the right there. I think that was Bot, who I've raced before. I think they were in the Targa Florio this summer. Yeah, I'm hoping, for what I maybe lack in outright pace, I can make up for inconsistency. I feel like I can easily drive an hour without crashing. That was actually my quickest lap somehow. Knock on wood, I think I can drive an hour without crashing pretty easily, but it's, I don't know how many folks are actually going to make mistakes in this race, because they're all very talented. A wheel spin there. I don't know if that's quicker to do that. We'll see. Finally made that slow corner all right. Really using all the revs, which I definitely don't want to do in a race. Blow the engine. Got a bit of oversteer on the entry there. I'll see if I can late apex it. Yeah, slid the whole way though. That'll bog me down quite a bit for the front stretch. I feel like the middle sector was my quickest. My optimal's down to a 120.6, which is, I feel like, about my limit. But to actually do that lap, that's always the trick. Right, second gear through there, third gear for this kink. And you can use the inside there and it kind of hooks you around if you get it just right. It's second gear for Sunset. That was weird. Big flash. Right to the inside. Get on the throttle. I don't know, that felt pretty good through there. Just try not to bottle it up here towards the end of the lap. Well, a bit of an understeer halfway through the S's. Spits me out a little bit wide coming out of them. Very wide through the last corner. Come across the line there. 121 flat. That's my quickest lap, but it's still not a 120. Come on. Now, I don't know exactly what other cars folks are using, so of course, as a driver, I want to blame anything else other than yourself. So it could be the cars. Wow, it really turns when you get on the throttle. The diffs, the setup is awesome. Like I said at the very start, this is a Gregor Hutu setup that's been a little bit edited for me. just with some brake bias changes and things. But it's a really nice feeling setup for the default physics. Totally gamified a bit. It's so... You set up the car so unrealistically for competitive Grand Prix legends. Kind of exploit the physics. I'm just gonna run it till it runs out of fuel. Should be quickest on the final lap, as long as I don't overheat the tires. A little bit wide there. I should be really close to my optimal though. This might be a 120. Come across the line. No, 121.03. Come on. Really late on the throttle there. Yeah, I need that second gear. Just the engine braking really helps the car hug the inside of the road. It's on the wrong pedal. The left foot, though. See the revs pick up as you spin the tires coming out of the corner, and then they kind of bog down once the wheels fully catch. All right, another. I'm just clicking off 121 flats here. I was a bit late on the old brakes into turn one. A little bit fast, but trying to carry that speed. Just nice and long. Nice sweeping lines. Pretty good first part of the lap. See if I can get it through here. Always running wide there on the entry to the S's, but the road kind of catches you on the exit. Want to be a bit wide here on the entry. That was a bit bad through the last corner, but this might be my best lap. We'll see. I had two good sectors during it. Wow, 120.5. Man, I don't know what that bumps me up to 6th. Oh boy. Just stay on it. I don't know how much fuel I have left, but it should be enough for a few more laps maybe. This lap, I blew the first corner there. I was a little bit amazed at myself for that lap. It's my quickest lap, maybe ever, around here. So, well, there's the fuel. So it was my last lap on fuel. That was the quickest. And I think they do want us to drive back to the pits if we can. So I'll try to do that. Well, I'm happy with that. I mean, to set your fastest lap ever is, what else could I do other than that? But I will try. I got 11 minutes here, so I should have enough time, hopefully, to make it back to the pits before the tank's totally dry. And then put a little fuel in it. I'll go with a little bit lighter of a tank, and we'll go out and try to do a few laps. I always liked how in GPL you don't just run out of fuel. I feel like a lot of sims, you just like, the car just dies. I don't know how realistic that is, though, but I like that you still can kind of limp back to the pits without fuel. Although, in default Grand Prix Legends, you can't do anything about it. You just retire the car. You're not allowed to refill. Well, let me take a breather for a second here. That was a lot of challenging laps. We'll see if you can get the standings right now. Yeah, if anybody's looking to reinstall Grand Prix Legends, I linked my tutorial in the description of this. So that's, at least in my opinion, the best way to do it these days. It's a bit long, but it's worth it in the end. So looks like I'm sitting 6th right now. Just a 100th of a second up on Rudel. I don't know all the folks that I'm racing against, but I do recognize all the names as the ones I see in all of the league results and things. So it looks like both Lasse, who's Albrecht there, the top one, and Robert have both taken the Honda, which means they'll probably go with the Eagle in race 2. So I don't know how they're that. I would not be anywhere near it. I wouldn't be quicker than I am with the Cooper if I chose the Honda. So I don't know how they're doing that. But wow, looks like Bot's up there with the BRM as well. 19.8 with the Cooper from Yaren. Yeah, this is an original Grand Prix Legends track, but it's highly graphically enhanced. I know, it's insane how fast they are. I don't know how do you do it? I should probably go do another lap, but I'm so curious to see. Yeah, I don't know. Here's Dag in the BRM. Yeah, it looks like Cooper and then Ferrari is going to be popular. I'm wondering what folks are going for with BRM. What does that open up? Opens up some option for you. But all right, let's go out and try again. I'll do 4 gallons this time. We'll see if I can improve. I highly doubt. That was a really good lap. I was in a rhythm there. There goes Johnny O. I'm a little bit worried to start so far up towards the front because, man, I don't know how consistent I can be in the race to stay there. But looks like we may be racing in the mirrors for a lot of this first one. I know there's no resets or anything, so, you know, if you crash, you're out. Ooh, running off the track there. It's going to be looking for a slipstream off me, I think. Yeah, it's a BRM H16, which is a fun car to get used to or try to drive. It is so slow though, but it's a totally different driving experience in GPL because that's a 6-speed, and the rev range, the power band of the BRM is like 1,000 RPM, maybe 1,500 RPM. So pretend, you know, between 8,500 and 10,000 is the only place I get power. So you're just kind of constantly shifting in that car, just grinding through the gears, all 6 of them. The workout. Yeah, tires are still cold here. It'll be next lap I can probably try to push again. Looks like I slipped back to 7th, so I almost spin the car out there. So if you haven't played Grand Prix Legends before, there is no tire wear in Grand Prix Legends. No tire wear modeled in the sim by default. Which sounds a bit odd. Their argument, or at least the common community arguments, that the tires didn't wear that much anyway, which is somewhat true. There were instances where cars used the same tires for multiple Grand Prix, although it was not the norm. But tires do heat up, obviously, and they do overheat, and that almost works as your tires wearing out, but you can recover from it. So if you're sliding the car around a lot and overheating the tires, if you back off a little bit, they'll cool back down, get more grippy. It's actually really fun, something I don't see. I never feel that in other sims for whatever reason. Probably not pushing them to the utmost extremes, but I always really liked that feeling in Grand Prix Legends of the car getting a bit slidey in a race, and then you can kind of back off, get it to cool down, and get back at it. That was a decent turn one. Just on the brake here, it was a bit hard. Pushing a little bit too hard there into turn two. Got a car coming up behind me, I'll let him by. There we go. The Honda. And here the V12. Yeah, you can put a ridiculous amount of fuel in these cars, because you would run the full Grand Prix, you know, on a tank. So, and I think this car can fit like 40 gallons of fuel, maybe more than that. You got Cornu in front, E5, so he should be quicker than me. We got 3 minutes left, so I only got about 2 laps, maybe. Ooh, he ran wide. Abandoned that lap. Jumped all over the curb. I feel like I might have been a little bit slow through Sunset on my quickest lap, but other than that, I feel like it was pretty good. Maybe the S's were bad. I haven't quite figured out the perfect line through there. Second gear for sure. But maybe you need to enter a bit wider. Nah, the track kind of falls away, so you can't really arc it in. But if you come in too narrow, it kind of spits you wide. So it's a tricky corner. That one's off camber, so. Alright, this might be my last lap coming up. Just try to put a good one together. Just 2 minutes left. Might get another one in. See how the car feels. Really slamming on the brakes there. Only 200ths off my first sector time, so we're very much in the ballpark. A little bit wider of a line, really scooped it in. A bit too sideways there, but was able to recover it without losing too much time. Well, right out onto the dirt. Probably lose me a bit of time in this corner. Just all over the track here. Really revving it out there through the final corner. Not going to be quick. We'll try one more lap. I got 57 seconds. I should be able to make it around before the session wraps up. 121.1. gonna be interesting to adjust back to race pace after this. The car will be so slow on the first couple laps. Way too tight there. Super drift through the second corner. Yeah, I lost 2/10 in the first corner. All over the track, off the track. I do want to see if I can get the S's. Whoa, all the way out to the dirt there. You just can't hit the curb on the inside there, but it's so tight. All right. Not a bad qualifying session. I'm still really happy with my time, but P7. So starting, I think, right in the middle of the pack. So we'll have to see if I'll have to see how I can get through the first few laps here and avoid any chaos and things. And then just try to put a good race together. Just trying to put a good race together. So Lasse gets the pole in 18.8. Are you kidding me? In the Honda. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Take the old sweatshirt off before I overheat. Yeah, amazing. Amazing. Isn't that a world record? It might be a world record lap, which is crazy. A 25-year-old sim to set a world record lap. All right. Well, it may not be possible for me to find 2 more seconds in the Cooper, but it looks like the fastest Cooper was 3/4 of a second faster than me. But I am the second quickest Cooper, so I'll take that. I'll take that. All right, so we're coming into here a 1 hour race, 45 laps. Just got to make sure my fuel is good to go. I know it says less than a full tank, but it'll be good. All right, so we'll get out. We'll start race number 1 of the GPL Masters. Appreciate everybody joining me today. Good crowd in here, and just trying to make it through the first few laps here without any major incidents or anything, and then see where I can put this Cooper. But race 1 of 2, more important to finish than to throw it all away. See how well I can do here. Try not to over-rev the car either. Flag is up. Down, we're underway. Oh, terrible start. Come on. Oh, that Honda spins off. Comes back across the track. Might have wiped out a few cars behind me. That was a terrible start up there. All right, we'll come down to turn 1. I got a really bad start, but it might have saved me there. Second gear on the inside. I might have a car to my left, maybe not. All right, so through the first couple corners, clean anyway. Bad run there through turn 2. All right, just try to get into a rhythm. The car is so heavy with fuel and cold tires compared to what I was just driving. It's like a different machine. Down to first gear. Got a BRM in front with Rudel. And then I got Hoffman behind me in another Cooper. Whoa. Cooper in front's a bit wide. It is a Cooper in front of me actually, but there's a BRM in front of him. All right. So we're going to at least make it through the first lap, which is Always a good thing. 45 laps, it's a decent race. Not a full Grand Prix, but about half. I won't look at the chat too much, just on the straightaways. Alright. A little squirrely coming into one. You just don't want to outbrake yourself. Turn 1 is definitely the problem place on this track. Bit of dirt being kicked up in front. Just gotta keep it tidy. A lot of skid marks. That's normal in Grand Prix Legends. There's always a lot of skid marks. Bit awkward there on the brake. A little bit wide through the slow corner. Try not to drive. I gotta try not to drive like the car in front of me and just do my own thing here. Seems like I only have one car behind me, really. And then these two in front. Hoffman's a little bit closer. He's going to get a slipstream. But we're in the same car. Just like I expected, the leaders are absolutely gone, but no matter. See if I can pick up a couple spots here. I'd love a top 5 or something, but at least one more spot to get into the make-believe points. A bit wide through the first couple corners, not what I want to do. Don't want to try to slide the car too much. On full fuel, it's a bit easy to spin out. I've done a first gear here for the slow left-hander. That was a lot better into the S's. Get the power down into the final corner. Alright, opening up the gap. The cars in front of me I feel like are pulling away a bit, but I'm pulling away as well from the car behind, so falling into a little bit of a hole here. I have to hope they start battling or something and allow me to catch up. Into the dirt there. You just feel like you're kind of backing the car into the corner a little bit to get it to turn. You gotta sling it in. Alright, the two in front though, they're right with each other, so this could play to my advantage. Using first gear right now through the S's. Just to get the car to turn on full fuel. Only like it if you actually like it. I think I pulled up just a tiny bit, but might have thrown it away in that second turn. So I'm doing 22s right now, which, remember, we're on much more fuel than I qualified with, so I was hoping to lap in the 21s for most of it. was okay. Just gotta try to keep on, folks, as well. You never know what can happen in an hour. Maybe somebody's quick at first, but they'll get a little tired as they go. Or I'm hoping some of the endurance racing and things I'm doing will come to benefit me. 121.6. All right. I think I'm on pace. I just got to stick with it, and not get discouraged or overdo it. Trying to catch these two like that. A little bit hot. If you're looking for more of like a broadcast, I don't know if they have commentary, but there is in the link, or in my description, a link to a like TV camera stream that you can either go watch or put on next to this one. Using a lot of revs. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've done a long race in the Cooper, so hopefully we don't blow it up. These two are still kind of fighting, and I'm closing in on them because of it. I might actually start getting a slipstream from them, so we'll see here. We're about equal distance from the car behind to these two in front. Better through turn 2. Just want to get it to kind of launch in there. Got to remember though, just as close as I am to these cars in front, I've got 2 or 3 behind me. A little bit wide there. Interesting line through the S's. All right. 38 laps to go, so still a ways to go right now. Just need to stick with it. It can change in an instant. Ooh, I think the car in front got a little squirrely just as I said it. I do think I'm getting challenged a bit from behind, but just try to stick with it. You never know. Right out to the dirt. Gonna lose me a lot of acceleration on the straightaway here. On the accelerator really early there. I almost spun it out. So I'm definitely losing these two in front just a little bit. And Hoffman behind me is right there. Just gotta drive like he's not there, but might be close enough to get a better slipstream on me now. Really pushing the revs. I hope I don't blow it up. I don't know how else to make lap time though. So on 21.5. Doing the lap times that I feel like I can, so I'm just gonna have to stick in it and see what happens. That was an awkward braking. I gotta relax a little bit. It's gonna be hard to keep up such a frantic... Whoa, car in front runs wide. Running off the track there. See if I can scoop by. He's gonna come back on. Compromise my line. But pick up a spot. Alright, he's gonna want to get that back right away. It's Rudel. Hopefully these two behind me now have a scrap and I can get a little bit of a distance. Alright, he's got a slipstream. He's going to start pulling me in. Just about equaled out. Right there. Stand on the brakes coming into turn one. I don't need to be hitting the curbs. I got a train behind me. All aboard the GP Laps train, I guess. Never getting the entry to the S's right. I think that's one place I'm just losing a lot of time. If I was to pick a spot. Not a lot. A tenth or so, a couple tenths. Alright. Rudel's very close. Right in the slipstream. I can't see him, but I can hear him. So it's Maserati v Maserati. We're both chasing a BRM up front, but I think Bot's just a little bit quicker than I am. I think he slid a little bit wide there. Just gotta keep my act together here. Don't make any mistakes. I think he's making a couple mistakes here and there, which tends to get worse as a race goes on rather than better. Got a gain just slightly on him last lap, but he's still right there. He's right with me. I think he's able to brake a lot later for turn 1. It's a scary game to try, though, during a race. See if we can move the braking zone. See if I can take it slightly later. He's right with me now. Well, I'm not going to make a big stink about it if he jumps up the inside, but we'll see if I can maybe follow him. He's got nobody behind him, so it looks like Hoffman's fallen off of both of us. So I don't necessarily want to lose a ton of time trying to battle here with Rudel. Whoa! What was that? Maybe netcode? I can't tell if we actually made contact or not. Hopefully not. Car feels okay, at least turning to the right. That was that was interesting. Yeah, car feels fine, so got lucky there. I don't know, probably netcode. GPL can get a bit jittery once in a while. Just lucky it didn't catapult us into the woods or something. Ooh, yellow flag. Usually means somebody spun out. Of course, in online racing, we do not yield. Not in this type of racing, anyway. Alright, that was a mess, that one. 22.4. See if we can pick it back up into the 21s. 31 laps to go. There's still a while to go in this one. It's a pretty long race. So still plenty of time for stuff to happen. I'm not going to give up hope. I want to definitely stay in front of Hoffman. I think I've got the speed over Hoffman. Car's, of course, going to start coming to me, too. As the fuel burns off. It should behave much more like it did in qualifying. In which I did a better lap than Rudel did, so I'll have to, I don't know. Real wide there into the S's. So, looks like a car up there might have had an issue, and that's what the yellow flag was, because there's now another car with bot up ahead. 21.5, so still lapping pretty well. That's not going to help me. That was a big mistake. Alright. Hoffman's all over my rear now. Might have overheated the tires in that final corner of the last lap. Oh, come on. That was really wide. Just gotta get back in it. Alright, somehow got a better exit than him in the final corner, so I should be able to stay in front down the straightaway. Ugh, a lot of pressure in this one. I knew it was going to be like this up front, just starting so far up. All I can hope is these three in front have a bit of action. It's a bit of a bad entry into Sunset. Doing everything I can. 29 laps to go, so we're not even halfway. Just gotta remember that. There's a lot of racing. Might catch lapped cars, but again, there's nobody in this race that's slow, so it'd be pretty tough. Oh, a car in front went wide. I think it was Rudel again. That kind of went wide as well. It's not a great 1 and 2 for me. Still haven't decided if I like first gear or second through here. I think second's a lot better, but maybe I can short shift like that on the apex and pick up just a tiny bit of time. Oh, he's right there. Right with me. That was a pretty good T2. Got on the accelerator a bit too hard there on the entry, trying to balance the car, and it just shot me wide. Yeah, I liked that method through the S's. But I don't think that's where I'm losing my time right now. I think I'm driving pretty well. It's just really all out. Very, very consistent and quick drivers everywhere. It was a bit better. Still a tad bit wide. Wow. A lot of oversteer coming into the corner. I think I was 90 degrees to the right there. great. It's more fun when you're battling somebody in front, but... Oh, I think I saw smoke. Might have been tire smoke. Hopefully not engine smoke. Oh, he's right with me now. I can hear him. Got me in the slipstream. He's going to dive up the inside. In a matter of time, I guess. Ooh, he's going to spin. Okay. Just a little overeager on the braking. He had that. I was going to give him that. Alright, that clears up the threat behind me then. Lucky not to collect each other in the act. But hopefully he was able to catch it and not hit the wall. Alright, I can focus forward now. Hoffman's quite a ways back there. I haven't seen Dulima at all this race, so... Wow. A lot of oversteer there. Alright, now I just gotta watch the lap times and try to do the very best laps I can, but the tires, I think I've overheated them a little bit. They are sliding around. Just gotta try to do a couple laps where I don't really slide the heck out of them and get them back down to a good range. This is a real race with real online drivers. In case you, I guess, jumped in halfway through, this is race 1 of a 2-race mini tournament today called the GPL Masters. It's meant to be kind of the quickest of the quick. It was a knockout qualifying style to get in, and somehow I made it in. And I'm fighting for my life right now here in the 7th, about halfway through race number 1. And race 2 will be at Road America, and I'll be driving the Ferrari there, which I think a lot of other folks are going to have the same car as me, so not necessarily going to be an advantage, but lovely track at Road America, so that one will be fun. I'll just try to round this out, try to just keep a little bit of pressure if I can on Rudel in front. I'm going to watch Dulima behind me. Just went down to first gear here for no reason. Got to try not to make mistakes and keep everything together. Including my V12 Maserati. Got to keep that together. 21.5. So I'm rating the 21s, which I feel like is pretty good race pace. Something I recommend doing, not one to preach and tell other folks how to drive, but if you find yourself in a race struggling with finishing the race, maybe you're pretty quick, but you end up making mistakes, is pick a lap time that's a tenth or two, maybe slower than you know you can do, and then aim for that. If you find yourself going a bit faster or really pushing to try to go faster than your set time, just gotta concentrate on that. That lap time you know you'll be happy with. Much more important to be consistent in a race than to have one really good lap, because it's so easy to lose 5 seconds, but it's almost impossible to gain 5 seconds in a race. So that's what I'm trying to do here, is just set a good pace that I know will be competitive, which is those 21-second laps, or should get into close to the 20s towards the end here. If I can keep that up, I think I'll be in a pretty good spot towards the end. So 21.4. Yeah, dialing it back, but it's hard to know exactly what that means to dial it back, so it's easy to compare lap times, and if you feel like you're driving really hard, but you know, and you're going a little bit quicker than that time, maybe that's an opportunity to just back up just a little bit. Make sure you get to the end of the race, especially in a longer race. This is a decently long race, but when you start getting into the endurance races, it's much more about consistent laps than trying to set the ultimate lap. Unless you're, you know, Lasse or Robert up front, which they can probably do exactly what they want the whole race. And if you're like me and maybe you can keep up on a good day, then it's all about that consistency. I think the car behind me is a Lotus 49, which is interesting. That means in race 2, Dellema is going to have to pick, like, it's going to have to be the BRM, I think, for race 2 for him. That also means there might be quite a few Lotuses in the second race, because I think we see a few BRMs in this one. So that'll be interesting. I chose to have the, quote, better car for race 2, because Road America is a bit more technical. Better to have just a little better handling. Ooh, car in front is off. It's going to be joining right as we pass. Alright, so pick up a position on Rudel again there. And the Lotus is actually closing me in just a little bit behind. We'll focus forward. There's 21 laps to go. It's plenty of time for more fireworks. I wouldn't be surprised if Rudel gets back up to me. Yeah, we're P6 right now, but definitely not out of the woods yet. Rudel's not far behind at all. There's actually the Lotus 49s behind me and closing in pretty fast on the straightaways, even higher top speed. So that's going to be impossible to hold off if he actually gets up to me, which looks about a lap away. I think he's quite a lot faster in a straight line, even without a slipstream, so this will be interesting. So I think I'm quicker through the rest of the lap, but it's this front straightaway that that Lotus 49 is mighty quick. You can see just the distance closing as we rocket down the hill here. There he is. Oh boy. Should not have hit that. Bounced me out wide. That's one of the ones you definitely got to avoid. That's get over myself. Yeah, way too quick here in a sunset. Right around the edge of the track. Have the inside line though, coming up to the slow corner here down to first gear. Compromise the entry a little bit defending. I don't know if that was necessary. Mess of a few corners there. Let's get back together. It's going to be real close to me this time, so. Lost quite a bit of time to him that lap. Here he comes. And there he goes. Let's try to keep pressure. Whoa, he slams on the brakes there, man. Little jittery. That is one of the things that makes Grand Prix Legends feel very old, is the netcode. He doesn't necessarily have a bad internet connection, it's just GPL's not up to modern standards as far as car positioning. Alright, I'm just going to try to hold on him here, though. Maybe he can tow me along on the straights, you never know. I'm much quicker through the infield, and Rudel's going to actually catch up to us here, so something's going to have to happen. But with him bouncing all over the track like that, I got to be really careful if I get close to him that we don't make contact. We'll pretend he's spitting oil or something. Man, that Lotus 49 is just so much faster. Alright, there's a 21.9, but I got passed on that lap. Rudel's right there behind me, too. Going in the wrong direction here towards the second half of the race. Yeah, just clawing him in. But we much the other way in race 2 if he ends up being in the BRM. You know, if he's not driving perfectly, I should be able to go quicker in the Ferrari. Ooh. Bit of a slide there from the 49 in front. Alright, Rudel's right behind me now, too. So he's a bit quicker than I am overall. But he's been making a few mistakes here and there, so he's going to come up the inside once again. And, whoa, that's a little close, bud. It's like the widest track on the calendar. No need. So heading backwards, I guess, at least for now. All right, Hoffman's 300 yards back. Should be able to stay in front of him unless something silly happens here. We'll see if I can maybe follow Rudel. He's going to have to get past the 49 up front. You never know. I think in 8th position now, so one worse than I started after all this so far, but still 16 laps to go. Plenty of time for other things to happen as folks get desperate. Definitely on the hoping for chaos strategy now. But if not, we'll just try to come home as best as I can. Just keep putting in the laps. Into the ship there's a 22-1. Not good. Touch of brake smoke there from Rudel in front. So he's actually keeping up with the 49, which is impressive. Wow, that was a bit too fast there. There we go. Whoa, Lotus out wide in Sunset. Was able to hold on to it. I did that a few laps ago. Ooh, Rudel slides a lot there in the final corner. So these two, it's my best hope for picking these positions up again, is that there's a bit of a scuffle here. I don't necessarily wish that they crash, but I wouldn't wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. All right, so 21-7. Big lockup from Rudel as he runs a bit wide. That's why it's important. I can't try to mimic their lines or anything. I got to stick to what I know works, and then just hope it works out for the best. Second gear here into sunset. Down at first gear there, a bit hot on the entry. It's real easy to spin out if you hit the dirt to the right on the inside or coming into the corner. That was real bad. Alright, recovered, but lost quite a bit of time there. Hoffman is definitely there. If I make some mistakes, he will almost certainly be caught up to me, so I got to be careful here. Keeping it a bit too tight on some of these corners. Got to carry more speed. Big slide there. A lot of angle in it. It's about as big as you can go without spinning. A lot of lockups in front. These two are pushing each other quite a bit. All right, up the gears. So coming to the line, 13 laps to go. And I'm barely keeping in touch with these two in front, but they are putting in the work. It's 21-1, so this might be my quickest lap of the race there. Just gotta keep doing that. Almost able to make it stick there, but slid a bit wide. Never gripped up there. Come on. I don't want to fall back into Hoffman behind, but it might be happening just a little bit here. We're actually coming up to a lapped car. It's very surprising. Or maybe a car in the pits, actually. Yeah. It's like a BRM. Maurice. Big slide there. on understeering there. When the fuel burns off in these cars, all the fuel, or a lot of the fuel weights towards the front of the car, so it does shift some of the driving characteristics, and it feels like I'm developing an understeer here, which is not uncommon with the Cooper, but you can dial it out usually with setup, but then you're kind of compromising the start of a race, so maybe a bit more work needed on full race run type scenario with this setup. Definitely felt a little more racy towards the beginning of the race. Ooh, lock up in front. Just don't want to spin or something. Just want to try to hold on here if I can. So you never know what's going to happen. 10 laps to go. These two in front could get a bit desperate. I'm sure Rudo wants P6 back because he's actually going up the inside there. Fighting side by side. He didn't get around him. Oh, come on. Slide a lot there. Again. Pushing the car a bit too much. I gotta back up my corners. Alright, Hoffman actually slid further back. So there's no pressure from behind right now. So I really just need to back up my corners a bit. So I'm kind of trying to dive in the braking zone. And that's just not... It's not how you make time in these cars. It's all about the exits. Braking's important, but it's more about trying to get on that throttle early and not hit the curbing. A lot of oversteer coming in the corner. It's able to crank the wheel there, get it onto the racing line. Put the car in the wrong gear. Looks like Johnny O's behind me. A lap down then, maybe off the track somewhere. 21.5, a little bit better. Hoffman's way off now though, so it's really just what's in front of me now. As long as I don't make a mistake, a big mistake. Still have to do a whole race after this. We got one more after this. 1 hour at Road America. Oh, and there's Lasse coming, so we might actually end up getting lapped here. Man. Oh no. Whoa, that was weird. I don't know if that was a mechanical thing or my gear slipped out. I'm very lucky I didn't lose the car there because you depend so much on the engine braking. I think I might have just not popped it into gear all the way or something. That was interesting. Alright, don't need any more of that. That would be absolutely disastrous into the first turn. Yeah, I think it just like popped out of gear somehow. Yeah, I definitely was in neutral, but I think I might have hit it with my hand because I was getting into the corner. Second's the hardest one to get down into the left. It's actually not how many of these cars' patterns we're set up. Not that I need to think about that right now. In a lot of these cars, second was straight ahead. So you didn't really use first that much on a lot of tracks. So Lasse is the one behind me. So the leader is coming up to lap me. Got 7 laps to go. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hang on to the lead lap. That's insane. I don't know how you drive. I would be much slower in the Honda than the Cooper here. To me, the Honda is a slower car than the Cooper, so I don't know how Lasse is able to do it. He's also going to have a much better car in the second race, so maybe something to practice for next year. So P8 with 6 laps to go. A bit hot into turn 1. That's not good. Thought I entered fine, but I didn't quite get it hooked up. So Rudel's caught back up, Delima in front, and so we're going to be fancying a way to get around the 49 here with a couple laps to go. So I'll be on the lookout for some sparks ahead, but I might also have to keep my eyes on the mirrors here as Lasse is closing in. It's only going to be a couple more laps till he's up to me. .121.6. 5 laps to go. Not quite. I'm staying about the same, but I should be driving a lot faster towards the end of the race here, so probably just tired at this point a little bit. Or the tires are too hot or something, combination. Puts it in perspective though, because I think the real Grand Prix is double this length. Or close to it. Looks like Rudel and Delima in front are catching Bennett here is a lapped car. I'm sure he'll let him by. No, I'm not giving up. Trying to finish the race strong, you know. Don't need third gear there. Ooh, car wide. That's Rudel again. It's going to come on right in front of me here. Alright, he made another error. Let's see if I can keep on him. It's very sideways here in the slow corner. And here comes Lasse behind me. It's going to be interesting here for the final few laps. Sliding quite a lot in front. Maybe that's my problem, not sliding enough. I don't know. one thing that's hard to adjust to is when I play Grand Prix Legends, I'm usually setting up the cars to be more realistic feeling, so very soft and high sprung and things. So I like that feeling more, but it's definitely slower. So when I race online and have these ultra stiff, low to the ground type setups, it's just quite a bit different. But it's a lot faster. Alright, we're all together, and here comes Lasse behind, and I don't want to block him, so I have to let him by. There he goes. Incredible speed in the Honda. I don't know how. I don't know how you do it. That car doesn't turn, so... This car, the Cooper here, is a bit of a boat, but the Honda is such a straight line type car. Just doesn't like to turn. Ooh, smoke from a car in front. That might be Bennett. So this Cooper, I think it's a Cooper, not going the distance. Alright, so we'll get past Bennett there. Rudel lets Lasse by, so now we're back on our battle. That worked out pretty well. We lost about the same amount of time. I didn't raise my hand. Yeah, I don't actually know where I have that mapped right now. I don't just want to hit buttons. Alright, we got nobody behind me, so it's really just focusing on trying to get past Rudel here with just a few laps to go. Put the pressure on. He's made a few errors already, so perhaps I can get him to make another. Just 2 laps to go. There might even be one with getting lapped. I don't actually know if that's showing the leader's time. Ooh, big slide from him there. Alright, keep the heat on. I don't want to rear end him, but want him to know I'm here. If I can keep this close to him on the front straightaway, I should be able to slipstream. So we'll come to the line and maybe have one more lap to go. Oh, I got such a good launch there. What the heck? There's the checkered. Ah, that was coming to the line too. I might have been more aggressive coming into that tight corner if I had known we were on the final lap, but good race. There's my hand. Ah, and congrats to Lasse for winning that one. That was a heck of a drive. Man, I thought we had one more lap, and I thought on the straightaway he pulled away so much out of the final corner, but I thought I might have enough of a chance to slipstream him there. Coulda, shoulda. If I had known it was the last lap, there might have been an opportunity to really send it, but I didn't want to hit him. Yeah, I guess no points lost. I don't know. I don't know how the points work for this, but a decent race. I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, I wasn't quick. I didn't think I was gonna be quick in these, but I kept my pace going. I did almost every lap in the 21s, so I'm pretty happy with that. That was tiring though. But yeah, it looks like Lasse wins from Robert, 14 seconds behind. We didn't get lapped by him, so we just got lapped by Lasse. And then Yaron finishes in 3rd in the Cooper. Incredible. Only 30 seconds off, too. Bot gets 5th position in the BRM, and Dulama gets 6th. We were fighting for 6th, and yeah, is it only the top 6 that get the points? So we didn't score anything. Looks like we had 2 DNF. 1:19.2 fastest lap. Save the replay. Why not? All right, so what happens next? So I think I disconnect here. All right, so we should be launching a race 2 here in a minute. All right, so I'm going to take a break for a second, and then we'll be back to, I guess, start race number 2, or the qualifying for race 2. We'll be heading to Road America. We'll be driving the Ferrari. So, gotta do my best to have some water here and get started for it. So I'll be back here in just a minute, and then we'll get started, I guess, with Road America. Oh, all right. I'm back. I am back. All right, so it might be a couple minutes here, and we'll should have the server launched for the qualifying for Road America. It was a good race, though. I mean, I think it's tough not to be disappointed with your pace in races like this, where everybody is just so good. But I'm pretty happy to have not, spun or crashed in a bad way. Made a few errors, but I never really ran off the track, which is good. But it'll be interesting. Road America, it's a lot more narrow of a track. If you haven't seen this version of Road America before, you're in for a bit of a treat. It's a really well done. It was just made a few years ago, and I did a video racing at it like way back, but I actually want to do a video where I maybe look more in depth at the track and what went into it, because it's a beautiful rendition, of the track in the early 70s. Same exact layout of tracks today, the track is today, but it no barriers really for most of it, and just a bit more of that green, lush setting. It seems like we may actually have a longer break here than I was thinking. All right, so if I look here at the thing, so yeah, it looks like I did score points. So the point scale, I would have scored 4 points, like you said. Buff Ping, I like the name. So I guess I scored 4 points in that. I did lose a lap though, which is not good, because I think in the end, it's actually I don't actually quite get how the points work in this, because it says here that the overall race times. So is it? You would think it's just the finishing results. That's how you get points, but. Yeah, Mosport's another, almost P7, I know. It was, it was close. I didn't know we were on the last lap. Okay, so I don't know exactly how the results for this work, if it's just a total time or what, but it, I mean, it's only 2 races, so it's kind of odd to have points to begin with, I guess. We'll see how much longer it is till it launches. So how are all you doing? Distance covered overall. Yeah, so that's why I don't understand why there's points if it's distance covered overall. Because wouldn't the 2 races just be combined into one result? But I don't know. Looks like Sergio Loro has released an update for Norris Ring for Assetto Corsa. So if that's a track that you like. I am far from the greatest GPL driver, but I like to think I have the most fun in Grand Prix Legends. That feels like something I can take claim to, right? I don't know, probably not. Probably somebody out there that's just screaming and yelling the whole time. Yeah, Yannick, those are F5000s. This screenshot, and it's up there again. It's a screenshot from a video I did a while back around Lime Rock. If you take a look back, probably half a year. It's a really good documentary from James Gardner. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for me to finish any better, but I'm still excited to race at Road America here. Now, James Gardner has a documentary of like 1970 or so when he bought a Formula 3 or Formula 5000 team. And he goes to a few races, he tests the car himself. But it's a pretty cool, and it made me think of it, and there's some good F5000 stuff for, it's actually pretty good for GPL, so I made a video about it. Maybe I should, Aiden, maybe I should start screaming and yelling. Things get exciting once in a while around here. Yes, that's what it is, Stefan. The racing scene. It's a good little... It's one of those obscure films that, you know, not a lot of folks would maybe know about. It's not Grand Prix. It's not Le Mans movie. You know, it's just kind of this obscure little documentary. But it's actually really entertaining. Yeah, it's I feel like it's on YouTube maybe, but if not, you can find it online pretty easily. So I recommend it. Nico, I was enjoying your. I hadn't watched the broadcast for the last HRRC race until I edited it to make the highlights, and I enjoyed the cuts to you and driving with your helmet and goggles and all this stuff. All right, so hopefully it starts here in a minute. I'm ready to go. Yeah, I've been doing some testing and practicing and stuff, and I'm going to be doing the next 66 series race here pretty soon. Just got to find the right time to do it. Still got to write the intro and stuff, but it's at the Nürburgring. There's a screenshot from some of the practicing there. Axelson's got his numbered and named entry and everything, but I've actually been like heavily working on my version of the Nürburgring to make it look nicer. Not that it didn't look nice, it just looks so much, it looks a little more dated than the other versions of the other tracks. So for months now been kind of texturing it and stuff, so it should be good enough anyways at this point to race on. Yeah, GPL, there is a free cam. It's amazing that it was made. Lee's Motor Works is where you can get it. It's amazing that he made a free camera, and I absolutely love it. But it is by far the hardest free camera to use in any sim. You can only manipulate it with the arrow keys, and it has momentum. So if you press, the forward arrow, it just goes at a constant speed until you press the reverse arrow, and you can't strafe at all. You can only go forwards and backwards, and you can rotate. It's amazing that it exists, and a lot of like the videos and the screenshots and stuff that I can do, all of the screenshots you're seeing are made with it, but it's very cumbersome. And the way Grand Prix Legends works as well with track, like the loading of it, you can't always see the track from certain angles, and there's a lot of issues with the polygons and how they're drawn and everything. But yeah, love that it exists. There's some of the stuff that's been made. I mean, if you hadn't, I looked into this quite a bit when I did an overview of the Targa Florio that was made. But I mean, for that track to even exist in Grand Prix Legends, the sim had to be edited to be able to load a track that long. The sim physically could not load a track of that length. And somebody had to reverse engineer the code. Nigel Pattinson did. Reverse engineer the code to make the sim capable of loading a track that long. The Südschleife does exist, Yannick. I've got Yana on the brain, but Yannick. The Südschleife, southern loop of the ring does exist, but it's very beta. I think what happened was Sergio took his like outline that he was making of that track and ended up making it for Assetto Corsa. So I don't think it's progressed at all in a decade, unfortunately. Force feedback's pretty good in Grand Prix Legends. There's a patch, like with everything, there's a patch, and my install tutorial goes through how to install the force feedback patch. And I stand by that. It makes the force feedback as good as like the ISI sim, so like GTR 2, R Factor 1, maybe without real feel. But it makes them, it's definitely not modern force feedback, but it makes them that good. The biggest problem with the force feedback is that the track models are very basic. So there's not a lot of bumps and things on most of the tracks, and there are just a lot of polygon moves and things. So it's, you can only get so much detail out of something which doesn't have a lot of detail. So I think for that reason, you mostly just get wheel weight, unless you touch a curb or something. Yeah, there's also 50s, there's a lot of mods, and this is the thing. There's a mod for like every year, but they're all at various states of completion, and none are very close. I think the closest mod, I don't think they'd mind saying this, but the 1970 F1 cars might be the closest mod to coming out, which I'm very excited for. It's going to be really fun to race those cars in 1970. The Tyrrell with Sever and Stewart. Should have the Lotus 72 pop in. Well, the good thing, so Will asked, how much setup work do you have to do for this? And so the great thing with Grand Prix Legends, especially with the default physics, which is what we're racing here today, there's 25 years of setups on the internet, and the Grand Prix Legends track database has a built-in, section where you can download setups. So it's all pretty easy. So there's really good setups out there. So you don't really have to do that much work, but it's good to understand some of the basics with the setup so that you can adjust like a qualifying setup to a race setup and vice versa. Yeah, it's fun to do. I've never streamed. It was an idea I had to to stream maybe some full-length GPL races at some point. Yeah, the Spa 67 mod is definitely the pinnacle, I feel like, of GPL mods. All right, when is this getting started here? They're just talking about when to start it, but they're not starting it. I'm sure they will soon. But I appreciate folks joining today. It's fun to do these online races once in a while. It's hard to commit to a championship. I get asked quite a bit to look at some different championships, or do I want to race in this or that, which I would love to, but I know it's just not enough time in the world to to race in tons of championships. So the time commitment to do a one-off race is quite doable. Alright, sounds like they're going to start the server here in a second. So Road America, it's definitely a more technical track. It's, alright, here it is. Alright, you should be able to join. So Road America is definitely a more technical track than it was at Kyalami. Alright. Uh-oh. What did I do? There we go. Hopefully you can see it. So this will be a 27-lap race. So it's Tim Rudel. Okay, Tim. I definitely have seen Tim around, but it was close in race one. He was way quicker than me, but just the some of the mistakes and things got him out. All right, but we're in qualifying right away here. So we'll go out with 6 gallons. Folks should be joining. I'm going to wait just to make sure a couple more folks join before I... It's just Tim and Lasse. All right, Robert's in. Okay. All right, so we'll go out and do qualifying here. So we got 31 minutes to go in qualifying. Yeah, and this version of Road America is really, really nice. So qualifying here for race 2. And just like in race 1, just gonna try to do as many laps as I can here. Didn't actually get my gloves on. Do it without the gloves, but try to just do as many laps as I can because I like that approach generally. All right, so we got some grid coming in. They were talking about a couple folks I guess, had enough with race 1. Which I can envy, I guess. Down. So it's really the same layout as the track is these days, just, you know, a little more woods next to us. If something goes wrong, we're going to end up in the trees. But the track here modeled as it was in 1971 for the Can-Am races specifically. Whoa. Kink is really easy to run wide on like that. Tricky braking for Canada corner here, just getting it slowed down while you turn to the left. Right through Thunder Valley then. Over some of the rumble strips there. Use the extra pavement to the right. Then want all the way to the outside of the track and try to arc it in. Get on that accelerator as soon as possible for the front straightaway. Past the pits, start my first time lapse. So it was a 2:26. So this combo, I should be able to do sub 2:20s. That was a bit fast coming into turn 1. Oh, gotta run a bit wide. I want to be able to get into the 2:19s, 2:18s. Hopefully, maybe even less than that. Yeah, you don't really want to hit those rumble strips on a fast lap. They're there for a reason, to stop folks from cutting the corners. So it would be easy to pick up a ton of time around this track if they weren't there. You want to be right next to them. There's a couple corners where you can get away with hitting them. I have a feeling, though, there's going to be a little bit more drama at the start of this race, just that despite in the last race we had that Honda spin out and everything, but just with folks having done a whole race already, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of action at the start, and then it might get really quiet in this one. This is the kind of track where folks get spread out. I love how the road continues on there into the woods, just in a path. Alright, tires are up to temperature now. So I got a 218 optimal right now going. So, 217 already, so I'm much quicker than I thought I was going to be. In the Lotus 49, which is what we qualified around this track, I think I did a 213 something. But that car is so quick, so anyways, hopefully we can get a few seconds on it then. A bit fast there through turn 3. Car gets really light coming up the hill there, and it's easy to overbrake or outbrake yourself. A bit onto the apex there of Rick Mears corner, as I call it. always so hard to get a good line through the carousel. You want to get on the accelerator as soon as you can for the long straightaway here. Right to the edge of the kink. It's a bit slow. Be interesting to compare. I did an iRacing race here over the summer in the Lotus 49 in iRacing, and be interesting to compare the lap times because this track is very similar, so it's a decent comparison. This version might be a bit more narrow. I love the front straightaway house there on the right. It's pretty cool. 16.3. Robert's down to a 212. There goes my feeling of doing really well. And I'm in 8th right now. Just try to keep putting laps together. I was right at my speed, but still setting purple sectors here and there, so car should keep getting faster. It's so easy to outbrake yourself down the hill there. Turn 5 is just forever a difficult one. That wasn't good. You don't really want to slide through there. I want to turn and get the throttle down. Ferrari drives so much differently than the Cooper. It turns a lot better. The way it's set up here too, it leans on the front suspension much better than the Cooper did. Keep it in second here for Canada corner. Green flag there for a second. Right up to those curbs, but don't touch them. Yellow flag now. There's a car stopped on the right. Johnny O. All right, decent last sector, I think. 15.6. Okay. I'm in 8th again. I'm going to be right around the same spot I was at the last race. A lot of sliding there. No Johnsonville Speedway Bridge, or Sausage Bridge. No. It's remarkable, though, how similar this track is to, it stayed the same over all the years. I love when you've got that kind of history. It's one of the reasons I think I like Indianapolis, and of course, it's an oval. So, you wouldn't expect the layout to change too much, but I just like how it's been the same. The walls have changed, the scenery has changed, but the track itself is exactly the same. And this is one of the few road courses where I think that's really true as well. Moss Sport's another one I know somebody said in the chat earlier. On the Formula 1 calendar, I don't think there's any tracks that have stayed the same that still host F1. Of course, all have chicanes and things added. You look at something like Spa, it's nowhere near what it was. Doesn't make it a bad track, it's just an interesting thing to think about. And take something like Monza, even without the oval, the track itself has changed quite a lot. And maybe necessary, but Road America here is one of those few tracks which really has not changed. Not as old as those other tracks either, but... Alright, it'll be an okay lap. I think it might be better. A little slower in the middle. Not much, though. 15, oh, it wasn't quicker, 15.9. Really launched it into the first corner there. Oh, it's going to be so tiring to race 27 laps around here. There's a little less margin for error than there was at Kyalami. And trust me, I've been spinning into the woods a few times here. Way too tight there. Just a little too early on the accelerator there. It's gonna kill me down the straightaway. And I missed the kink too. Bunch of smoke in front. Get around Calipo. So I'm back in 10th right now. I really gotta put a lap together here. Probably only have another lap or so of fuel in it. So Lasse is coming out of the pits here. Hopefully lets me by and then lets me do this lap in front of him. He's driving the Eagle, just like I thought. Yeah. Okay run through turn 3, but turn 1 was not good. Just a balance between going too tight through here and scrubbing off a lot of speed and then running too wide and making the track much longer than it needs to be. Both those corners were not great. Big spin there, half spin. Okay, I didn't lose the whole rear end there. Alright, we'll stick in it, see if I can put another lap together here before it runs out of fuel. Got 15 minutes left in the session, so we're about halfway through. And I'm back in 12th. I think I've got at least another second in it, but I'll have to hit everything perfect. I think I'm slowing down too much for those corners and not carrying the speed through them quite enough. But it's so hard to judge just that exact amount you can let off the brakes. It was my quickest sector one, so we'll take it. Right on the edges of the track. Oh no, I think I'm running out of fuel. Am I? Yeah. Running out of fuel. I'll have to come out and do another stint. Dang, that was a good lap too. I got my optimal down to a 14.9. Oh, it's 27 minutes. Must have been an extra lap by accident. All right. I think I'll just go out with the same thing again. So I got 13 minutes to try to scrape myself up into the top 10 at least. To be honest, this is a bit more what I was thinking was going to happen at the first race, so the fact that I got an eighth place there, I was a bit surprised. But, like the name of the stream says, I might get destroyed here. Tim Rudel is up to 8th position. That's who I was racing with in the last race, and he was a bit quicker than me, but just we ended up being just about the same at the end of the race. And he's also in a Ferrari this time, which is what I expected. It feels like an obvious choice to go Cooper Ferrari, but clearly Lasse and Robert have something special with that Honda to go so fast. And be interesting to see which one of them is quicker in the Eagle here. I know Robert's very, very quick as well. Ooh, car going to Canada over there. I always loved how that access road is basically just part of the track. Still to this day. Alright, we'll start a lap here. Hoffman coming out of the pits also in a Ferrari, so he went Cooper Ferrari as well. Just try to carry a bit more speed through the corners. Was alright. 14th. I think I'm almost last. I might be last. That's no good. I was super late on the brakes. Alright, here comes Hoffman. He doesn't want to lead. I think I maybe need to keep this a little bit wider like this. Get it up to third gear there. That would be a much better run there. Better exit, definitely. And then here, this is what's very tricky. Getting through the kink with no downforce. That's about as good as I've done it. It's too bad this lap's not going to count for anything, but that still wasn't my best run through there, but it was only 0.02 off, so doesn't seem like a bad way to do it. Oh, here comes Lasse behind me. I'm going to let him by before I start the lap, just because I don't want him to be chasing me this whole time. Alright, these two, try to give them as much space as I can. Yeah, this is not ideal. Fighting for the last positions in qualifying. Got 8 minutes to go. Get across the line, start a lap. I have enough fuel for a few laps here. Almost lost the rear end there. It was quite slow. I got nobody behind me. This has not been a great lap so far. I'm chasing Hoffman once again. Hoffman's also towards the back. I wonder if the Ferrari is just not a good choice for this track. We'll have to see in the qualifying results where the Ferraris are overall. I would have thought the Ferrari was going to be good here. I picked it here instead of the Cooper because it turns quite a lot better than the Cooper does. Maybe it just doesn't have that acceleration that we need to keep up. Of course, I think I'm the slowest of all of them. Stuff like that's not going to help. A little hot there into the final turn. All right, Robert's in the pits. So I'm not last because Yaren's, I think, behind me. That was a 16.2, which is no good. Missed the apex, but I carried a lot of speed there. Tenths off my best through Sector 1. Well, I better hope that I have better race pace, because it's not looking very promising here in towards the end of qualifying. I think I'm last. It's going to take quite a bit of effort to get up into any kind of points. Too much of a cut there. Just upsets the car too much over those little bumps. Car's very slow here to the inside. Lost him. He's trying to back it up for a lap, I think. Well, he better just go, because he's definitely going to be quicker than me. Actually stops there. Alright, 3 minutes to go, so I only got 1 or 2 laps left. Definitely don't have the speed for whatever reason. Most likely driving related, but it doesn't feel obvious. Car stopped in the middle of the track there. I do think there's a decent number of folks driving the Lotus, so maybe that's... that could be it. I just had a much better car last race. Big lockup from the Lotus in front. Big slide there, it loses a ton of time, pulls over in front. Yeah, that was decent through the carousel that time. Try to get some sort of line here through the kink. About as good as I've done it. Beginning of this lap was not great though. Let's hope I can put together a good end of the lap. It's just all wheel spin. It feels fast, but it's really not. Alright, so I had one purple sector, but I think I was pretty far off in the other ones. Oh, 15.5. This is my best lap. I don't know if that gets me any positions, but at least I got better. It seems like I'm still 14th. There's 16, I think. So I'm not last, but I am close to it. Make for an exciting race anyway. Roll it through there. Lift just a little bit. This is my last lap. I'm just gonna stick with it even if it's not super good so far. Just try to do the best I can here through the carousel. Ran a bit wide coming out. No, super wide through the kink. Just keep my foot in it. I lost a ton of time through there. Just get it to the end of the lap. So, man, qualifying, big surprise here. I never had any belief that I would be going for pole or anything, but I did not expect to be nearly last. So, it's going to be an interesting race, or maybe not an interesting race. We'll have to see. So coming to the final corner, all over the place. Lasse behind me here, but I don't think I held him up. That was my quickest lap. But yeah, not very good. So this is going to be a tough race. 27 laps. Just hit the mic a bunch of times. 27 laps here, and I don't feel like I have a lot of pace. Let's see these standings. Robert got the pole, just 200ths ahead of Lasse, 211ths in the Eagle. Bott and Johnson with the Lotus 49s. Ottinger in the Eagle. Yarin in the Ferrari. That's the quickest Ferrari. So Yarin, who finished, I believe, third in the first race in the Cooper. Same strategy as I'm taking for this, but able to squeak out a 2:13.3. So I'm just way off. I only got a 2:15.4. So this is going to be a pretty wild one. I'll go 24 gallons to make sure I've got enough fuel. Hopefully something fun happens, but if not, hope it's entertaining either way. I mean, there's almost definitely going to be some funny business up front. Hopefully not out back. So you never know what's going to happen in the race, but there's definitely going to be something's going to happen somewhere. So can I capitalize on it? We will see. We will definitely see. Yeah, it's insane. The speeds up front. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. But yeah, thanks for tuning in today. And always fun to race GPL online, even if I'm in the back. But this is gonna be a tiring race. I've already done 2 hours of driving between the qualifying and the first race, so it's basically going on hour 3 of driving. Road Rash, I use the TH8A shifter. You can't really see it from the camera angle, but H-pattern, Thrustmaster. It's my only Thrustmaster thing I own, but I've had it for a while. I bought it to replace the G27 shifter I had once that gave it up years ago. And yeah, it's great. I don't really have there's some other shifters out there, but nothing about this one, makes me want to upgrade it. Except that weird thing we had in the first race, but we'll see. All right. So there's everybody. I'm just going to check one more time my fuel. All right, so 24 gallons should be enough for this. I think I estimated it would take about 20, but we'll get on the grid here for the second of the 2 GPL Masters tournament races. Yeah, the difference could be setups. It's probably mostly driving, maybe a little setup. But we'll see what I can do here, and hope it's a good race either way. I want to make it to the end regardless, even if I finish last. But I got 2 cars behind me off the start, and we'll see how it goes. Wait for the flag man. You can see him. He's just on the podium there. Flag is up. Down. We're underway. Oh, bogged down a little bit off the line, but just got to keep my eyes peeled for anything crazy up front here. So we head down to the first corner. Got 1 car coming on the right. So come down and brake a bit early. Some smoke in front already. The car maybe got on the grass there, but was able to hold on to it. See if I can slide around the outside here. There's Farina in front of me. Down to first gear for turn 3. Get on the gas and onto the long straightaway. All right, so snuck up in 14th here. Was able to get ahead of the couple of cars behind me. Come down to turn number 5. Some lockups in front. We'll get nice and slow. Full fuel, remember. We got a couple Lotuses here in front, along with Farina's Ferrari. See if maybe I can get around one of these guys early. Farina there, slow on the inside, run a bit wide. Bennett's behind me. Oh, he's very slow here through the little kink there. Runs to the inside to block me, maybe. Alright, get into the carousel. We're all packed up here, and I would hate to have kind of a crash or something on the first lap, because I have to drive the rest of this race with a broken car. Getting on the throttle a bit better than Farina there, though. But there's just nowhere to pass it. It's so narrow. Down a Canada corner, first gear. It's so narrow, and also, I mean, the car is jumping around a little bit. It's a tricky. Let's see if I can get a good exit from the final corner and slipstream him down the front straightaway or something. All right, second gear. Coming to the final corner. Fourth gear then. Should have a little slipstream on him here. Up to fifth. Dip it to the inside as we'll come down to turn number one. And just try not to outbrake myself. Down to second gear. Keep it nice and tidy. He slips in behind. All right, make the pass there. Let's just try to get these corners all right and get away from him, because there's this second straightaway coming up here. All right, I think he had a bit of a oversteer moment coming out of it. So I'll get around him up to lucky 13th. We'll set our sights forward. A couple Lotus 49s in front, which they're going to be tricky to pass. Lotus 49 for nothing else, it's, if for nothing else, it's super wide as well. It's, I think, the widest car as a part of the 67s. So this narrow track, it's going to be really tricky. Just keep it nice and tidy. I don't hear Farina behind me anymore, so built up a little bit of a gap, and I think I'm quicker than these three. They must all be. It's tough to race close to another car. Just, you might be a little quicker someplace, they might be a little quicker other places, so just being close to each other, it slows you down. Into the kink. I just don't want to run wide or anything silly. Took quite a bit of grass on the inside there. First gear for Canada corner. Missed the apex just a little bit, but try to carry the speed through. Get down to second gear here. All right, close right up on the back of Maurice here. 218.1. We had one car in the pits there. I didn't catch who it was. A couple cars in front run a bit wide. And then I do the same. Alright, we're about the same distance from them as Farina is from me behind, maybe a little bit closer. Not the worst start, though. Feels like I might have something for a couple of these guys up here. So we got a bunch of smoke into the braking zone for turn 5. I don't know why I went to third gear there. So much dust. Oh, a slow car ahead. Car in front, very sideways there. Alright, getting around somebody around this track is not easy. I feel like that front straightaway, slipstream, and dive into turn 1 is one of the only places you can do it. Canada corner, it's got that kink right before it, so it's... Although this is a long straightaway, it's not straight enough. Bunch of dust from a car in front running wide. I kick up a little bit myself. 5th gear. Yeah, it's just not quite long enough, and the DFV's got a little more grunt than the beautiful Ferrari 312 here. Nice little pack, though. Keep it interesting. Farina's falling off behind me, so I really just have to look forward. He's got Bennett behind him. Looks like Yaren's in the pits. Ooh! That wasn't Yaren one of the quickest ones? Maybe I have that wrong. Good acceleration there. I did those first 2 corners about as good as I can do them. Up to 5th gear, 31.3 through the first sector. Trying to outbrake myself here. It's so easy to do. Keep it in second. I like that a little bit better. It's a little less frantic. Down to first here for the top of the hill. First gear, just the power comes on so aggressively. Try second in a lot of these corners, actually. I don't know if that's quicker. We'll keep it in second here this time. It's quite a slow corner, but we'll see. I don't know, that didn't feel that much slower. Riding the left rear tire. Really sliding it through. Ran a bit wide there. No. Putting a bit of pressure on the cars in front, so you know what can happen when you do that. So 5th gear here is we'll wind it down. I love racing at this track. It's so fun. Especially this historic version of it. It's raw. Ooh, contact in front of those two. It was Johnny O and Filippo. Could have maybe tried something there, but I feel like it would end very much in the same way. Into the final corner here, down to 2nd gear. Just let him know I'm here. Didn't mean to slide it out like that, but he definitely knows I'm behind him now. Yeah, we're racing at 60 FPS, which you can do online. Looks very nice. So we got 23 laps to go. Been an intense first 5 laps or so. The 49's just so good at getting onto the straights, which is one of those things you really need at a track like this. It's a bold strat taking the 49 because they would have had to race the BRM in race 1. Or the Honda, I guess. Or I guess, yeah, you would have had to it's only the BRM you could have raced in race 1. Oh, they almost hit each other in front. Johnny O is all over Filippo in front. Filippo's the other Ferrari up there. And we got these 2 Lotus 49s between us. This is why it's fun to have different car classes or different makes in the same class. They each have their own strengths a little bit. If we were all in the same car, it would probably be a bit more static of a race. All right, all packed up together coming down to Canada corner here. Just keep it in line. I don't know how I'm going to get by this little pack. I'm happy I don't have anybody directly on me behind, but I got to try to get around this group if I have any hopes of catching some of the cars up front. Runs a bit wide, tip up the inside into the final corner. I think we made contact there, but I was definitely next to him. I don't really know what else I could have done there. It's the net code a bit. We probably would have made it through if things were a bit less jittery. I feel bad I hit him, but at that point you kind of have to give the corner. I don't know. Way too quick into turn one, but I just hold on to it. I don't know. Is it my fault? I'll have to watch it back later. Feel bad though. Yeah, warp contacts a little bit, but however it happens, you never want to hit somebody. Just focus forward here, though, and try to get to Johnny O. In 12th now. Ooh, a car off ahead. It's Oettinger in one of the Eagles. I'll keep things interesting. I know Oettinger's a lot quicker than we are, so I expect he'll make some progress again. But it could slow down Calippo for me. Big lockup from the Lotus in front. Alright, decent end of the lap. I pulled in a little bit on them that lap. Oh, Calippo's run wide. I run over all the bollards on the inside. I'd taken turn one right, I might have actually been able to get to him there. Right, but that's going to let Johnny O get away, which is not what I wanted. And he's slipstream with Oettinger, who's going to have a really good straight line speed. Might be 10th place potential, slipping away a little bit, just because it's going to be really hard to catch up to him. But we'll see what I can do here. I got to try to get around Calippo. I think I'm quicker than him. I already made one mistake, so let's see if we can get him to make another one before I do. A lot of smoke in front. He gets a really slow run onto the straightaway. We got the kink to get through. That'll set us back to be equal again. He's quite slow through there. I just don't want to run into him. All right, up to 5th gear. Come down to Canada corner here. Just put the pressure on. I think it's a place you can really pass unless you're both giving a lot of space. Really kick the rear end out there, though. Get it back up to 3rd gear. I think Farina's closing back in on us, so I gotta get around these two. We're sticking with Johnny O in front, so That wasn't good. I want to blow the engine here in the Ferrari. All right, 20 laps to go. A little too fast into turn 1 there. Oh, Lotus ran wide there. It's going to set up Filippo here to get a good run on him, I think. Standing on the brakes there, I had it locked up. Alright, I think I gotta do first gear. Oh no! These two. Wow. I don't know how I got around him without hitting him, but that seemed like really weird contact. Crazy stuff. But that's going to give us a pretty big gap behind. Although Farina probably closed in a little bit there because I was on the brakes so hard. Ooh, close calls. Alright, let's see if I can stick on Johnny O here. He might have some damage from that too. I mean, they definitely hit each other. He collected it so quickly. Late apex, a lot of slip. I keep lighting up the tires like every corner. I mean, Filippo must have rear-ended Johnny O here, but they looked like they had a bit more space to go, so it could just be a netcode thing. Once again, netcode strikes again, but on a tight track like this, it's inevitable that you're going to have some collisions. You both really have to work together if you want to go side by side here. Johnny O's got a bit of pace, but the first sector I think is where that car is the strongest. Oh, totally missed my turn in there. That was a bad mistake. Farina's not far behind me. Come back through the scene of the crime. Oh no, I just totally ran wide. Come on. Johnny O's pulled up so much on me this lap, but I don't think it's... Well, I made a few mistakes there, but I think he's just on a good one. Now that he's free of Filippo. Alright. It's a pretty wild first half of the race here. It's always fun starting in the back, even if it's not really where you'd want to be, but you definitely will see action, especially in a vintage Formula race if you start in the back, so it was not a disappointment. And now I gotta try to do something with the middle of this race here. see if I can just settle back in a little bit and pull away from Farina again. I mean, he definitely caught me because of that accident, so if I just put together a few good laps and he doesn't have the scent of blood, maybe I can get back away from him, and then we'll see how Johnny fares up front. But he seems to have gotten it figured out at least a little bit. Whoa, rear end really dipped out there. I think I got it on the dirt. That's not going to help me get away. We got another car up there too. I think it's Hoffman and another Ferrari. Kick the wheel onto the dirt there. Put down a second gear for Canada corner. I think I pulled out a little bit on Farina. We're not sure why. We're drifting now. You can do that a lot in GPL, but it's not quick. Scrubbing speed the whole time. It's a fine line for how much you can chuck the car sideways. It was okay through the first corner. Got to wheel up on those little sausage curbs, but they didn't mess me up that time. Farina's right there. Alright, so I'm doing 2:16.7s. That was my last lap anyway, 2:16.7. Remember, I qualified in the 2:15s, but really the other guys in my car were in the 2:14s, so somehow was a second off in quali. First gear there, missed the apex. Yeah, Farina's just driving a lot better than I am right now. Carousel will teach you throttle is not an on and off button in these cars. It's very much a progressive thing. Alright, definitely feeling the length of 2 races, plus qualifyings, plus practice this morning. Just want to use every inch of the road, but it's so easy to just go that slight bit further than you should and dip a wheel off. A little hot. just get it slowed down in time, though.
I mean, unless I make a big mistake, though, he's going to have a tough time getting around me, especially in the same car. Front straightaway is not quite long enough to get a good slipstream on. I mean, I was able to pass him right at the beginning of the race like that, but... Come on. It's a little too tight through the whole time through the carousel there. Bit too much. I think I gained just a tad on him over the past lap or so. So sitting just outside the top 10, 15 laps to go. Wonder if we're going to get lapped in this race too. I imagine I will. I'm so much slower than the leaders. I gotta try not to... I've been hugging this a bit too close, and what happens is you really pinch your speed down. And because there's such a long straightaway after this, you want to really get this apex right at the end of the rumble strips and get good power down for the straight. It's worth sacrificing a little bit of the corner to do that. That was probably as good as I've done that this race. And look, pulling away from Farina. He might have had a mistake there, but I think that opened up quite a big lead, so I gotta try to keep doing that. So I don't think Johnny O is fully out of touch. I mean, if he makes a little error, if I put together some good laps, there's still plenty of race left for things to change here. As we saw in the last race, even up to the final lap, I was still fighting for position, so it was a 16.2, which is not great. A little fast, but not the worst. Farina's not out of touch either, though. I mean, he's very close, so if I keep driving decently, I think I can keep him behind, but I gotta make sure I don't make any big errors. If I run off the track or something, he's absolutely gonna slip by. as I nip the dirt there, but as long as two wheels are on. Really sideways there for a second, had to correct. I was not as good as the last time through there. Come on. Times like these where a little bit of downforce would sure help things. Driving this track with some downforce, it's a very different experience. Bit wide there, come on. So Johnny O's definitely pulled away from me a bit. Farina's coming in. My short couple of laps of catching up just seemed to stall out a little bit. Right out to the edge. Seems like Johnny O might actually be catching Hoffman, which could be interesting. Maurice, who's the guy I hit earlier, is a bit further back from us. Doesn't appear to be making inroads. Wow. Much too sideways there. Isn't this track beautiful, though? It's such a nice mod add-on. You know, I wish every track in GPL could have this type of quality to it, because this and, like, obviously Spa 67, Monza 67 that was redone, it's run quite wide there. They just look so good. Had a lot of folks comment on videos that it's not exactly realistic. I would agree too. It's a little cartooned in a way just because of how Grand Prix Legends graphics engine is. That makes it just really appealing looking. It's very, very nice. It's art in a weird way. The colors and everything, it's very, very pleasant to look at. So we got 13 laps, 12 laps to go, and I have to try my best to keep Farina behind me for all of those. Really sideways coming into T1. Almost lost it. I was full lock there. That was no good. little early on the brakes there that time. I gotta keep pushing. Farina's been hanging out back there for so long. I'm getting a little too comfortable with it. I need to get away from him. Finally got T1 all right. All right, so 11 laps to go, over halfway. A few laps over halfway at this point. Johnny O has gone off into the distance, so it's really just keeping a lookout for any incidents or anything ahead, but just trying to get away from Farina here. I love how much in old race cars in general, sports cars, Grand Prix cars, how slow you have to go in the corners. I think that makes the racing so much better. You have to properly slow down to make a corner, so there's just no downforce to help you. But it's that difference in speed and the length of the braking zones make the racing a bit more dynamic. And possibilities to, you know, go side by side and stuff like that exists, because you're really having to slow the cars and work the cars down. It's one of the things, you know, that stops me from getting quite as excited about some of the more modern racing. I do enjoy from time to time racing a prototype or something like that, but it gets disinteresting after a little while. So it's fun to do occasionally. But I always end up coming back to stuff like this because it's just so dynamic feeling. Down a second. It's almost all right. Out wide here. This track will give you a workout with the shifting. There's a lot of shifting here. I think quite a lot more than at Kyalami. I didn't count how many times a lap we shifted there, but several times in this lap we're going from 5th to 2nd or 1st and back up. I missed the turn in there. Spit me out. Kept it on the track though. Farina's fallen off just a little bit, but stuff like that will bring him right back to me if I'm not careful. Whoa. Real sideways. wasting a lot of time just sliding around the corners. Oh, Farina is falling off really quick. I think he might have spun out or something. All right, so I don't really have any pressure out back anymore. It's all just forward with 9 laps to go, and Johnny O is quite a ways ahead. So we'll just keep trying to do laps. 2:16.17 was my last one. So keep it in the 2:16s. Try to get some 2:15s going here, and hope we can end this strong. One more spot, and I think I'd be in those points, right? If I'm not mistaken. So I just have to hope for something unfortunate, I think. But Johnny O is still getting quite close to Hoffman, so that could be interesting here in the final few laps. So I run real deep here into turn 5 and somehow make the apex. Glide through Mir's corner there. How awesome would it be if we could get a backdated Road America and Automobilista 2? Be very cool. Maybe a bunch of Can-Am tracks. That would be an awesome series to have in a sim. You know, it obviously we have it in GPL, we have it, some mods for it in Assetto Corsa and things, but I don't think anybody's ever really first party done Can-Am. I feel like that kind of crazy stuff is like the perfect thing for AMS2. Right out to the dirt. It's going to be unfortunate to finish one spot outside the points, but to just see if anything interesting happens ahead. Yeah, Trans Am would be cool too. They're very close now. Johnny O, I think, is caught up to Hoffman in front, so we'll see what happens with that. I think Hoffman's in another Ferrari, so I'll hope for him to have a good, to be able to hold off Johnny, but we'll see. Lotus 49 is so fast. Good through the pink that time. Some skid marks there. Probably a good thing skid marks disappear after a short while, or else the track could be totally covered in them. Down a second for the final corner. Bit of an awkward entry there. Johnny still has a little ways to catch up to Hoffman. Or maybe he fell off him a little bit. They were closer than that last time through, I thought. Unless Hoffman's able to pick it back up or something. I'm actually surprised I haven't seen the leaders behind me yet, though I feel like they must be coming. A bit longer of a lap though, so I might get away without getting lapped. Ooh, I see a car up there. Messed me up into Canada corner. So it looks like Hoffman had some sort of mistake there. He's coming back. He was able to collect it before I got to him, but Johnny O's gotten around him now and up into 9th. See if we can keep pushing. There he is. Another Ferrari. Got a second here for turn 3. Always think about the weird corner numbers here at Road America. That's turn 3. The next one's turn 5. They, I guess, count this as a turn. It's just kind of funny to me. Supposedly, it makes sense for some kind of school use, or some of the different marshalling posts are numbered that way or something. I don't know. Keep on him though, because you never know what can happen here in the final laps. Everyone's tired at this point. It's a lot of racing. Doesn't matter who you are. Got to the edge. Definitely pulled in a lot on him there. Could actually see him heading up the hill here. Come on. 5 laps to go. Looks like Filippo's now behind Farina. Did a 15.8 last time around. I feel like this is a better lap already. Just not too far off where I qualified. We'll kick of dust in front from Hoffman. Oh, nope. Almost lost the rear end there. Dang. I was closing in on him too. It's going to cost me at least a few tenths. Better than spinning though. Run over the grass there. I think I still closed up on him that lap, but I could have done even more. I'd hate to come up like a lap short or something. It's amazing how much you can pitch it sideways, though, to keep it on the track. It might not be quick, but you can recover from mistakes. Come on, little Ferrari, sing to me. 4 laps to go. I missed the turn in there. I couldn't pitch it sideways because I was right on the dirt. Making a lot of mistakes now. I still think I'm closing in on him, even though I'm like all over the place. I think I've lost some time. Whoa, car off in front. I almost did the same thing. It's Hoffman. Scoot by Hoffman up into 10th. All right, I gotta not throw it away. That's why you keep pushing. He might have been trying a little bit harder because he saw me catching, or, I mean, it's just late in the race at this point, but gotta be there. He's only gonna be a few seconds behind me, so every second counts during a race. You can see Rudel again in front, so finishing kind of with the same crowd we did last time, but okay, we got a few laps just to get this car around, see if anything else happens in front, and wrap this one up. Just don't want to throw it off now. That would be the silliest thing to do. Be interesting to see who wins out front. I don't know how that race is going. Most likely the Lasse and Robert show. Ooh. Big tank slapper there. All right, 2 more. That was a 16.2. Not great laps. Pace has not been good, but it's all about just being consistent, and I haven't run off the track yet, so I guess that's one thing. Hoppin's not far behind at all, so I just gotta stick to it. Final couple of laps. Don't make any major errors or anything. At least keep this 10th position. Out to the edge. I missed the apex there. We're all right. All right, should be coming to the line here. For one more, I think. To see too, I think the race is 1 lap longer than it was supposed to be, so I wonder if anybody didn't fuel the car enough somehow. Hope I fueled the car enough. I did a full test here, so should be. All right. On the line. All right, should be one more, I think. That was a 15.9, so not too bad. I'll have to see if I can find like a replay or something of somebody else and see where I maybe wasn't driving this track 100%. I mean, I definitely have a lot more laps around Kyalami than this one, so it could just be experience. I've raced at Kyalami so many times in GPL offline. Might be 2 more laps. I have to see here. Forget how the counter works. Last race it felt weird too, but I was a lap down there. I come to the carousel. Man, I'm tired. It's hitting me like a wave. I just gotta get through the lap. Down to Canada corner, just past the weeds. Come through into the final turn. Second gear, just let it run out straight there, tip it in. Late apex. All right, head up the hill. 4th gear. There he is. All right, it is the final lap. I wish I was more competitive there, but I feel pretty happy about the race overall. That was close. Got somebody doing a donut. Everyone's doing donuts. That is tiring. Two 1 hour races, basically a full Grand Prix, but extra qualifying and all that. 3 hours of driving at least. It looks like Lasse won, so I think Lasse is gonna have won the whole thing. Thank you, Frank. But 10th, I think I get a point from that, which starting from, where was I, 16th on the grid, I'm pretty happy with that. It was a bit exciting there for a few laps, and here's Lasse parked on the track in the Eagle. He's raising his fist at me as well. But congratulations to him and Robert. Everybody's so fast. So much fun. I have so much fun racing GPL. Now that I've like really spent a lot of time in other sims, I feel like GPL still is just such a fun thing to do. It's still such a great sim and good online racing. It's got issues and quirks and things, but overall it's a lot of fun. And races like this don't come around very often. Once a year maybe, but it looks like Lasse got the win from Robert over Bott. Cornu finishes in 4th, Johnson in 5th, Yaren in 6th, and I think that's the fastest Ferrari. So maybe Ferrari was the wrong pick because we're mostly at the back. And Lotus and Eagles up front. So maybe the wrong pick. But Rudo finishes in 8th, Ottinger was in 7th. Johnny O is in 9th, and then myself. I do feel like I got kind of the max out of that. I don't feel like there was much more on the table. Maybe I could have kept ahead of Johnny O or gotten ahead of him at a couple opportunities and then stayed ahead of him. I think that's maybe the most that could have happened there. But yeah, pretty happy with 10th. Maxed out what I thought I could do today. All right. So I think let me jump out of GPL here. Start some music. Alrighty. So I think that's going to be it for this. Two pretty good races. I think I drove pretty well today overall, and some practicing to do, figuring out maybe why I was a little bit off the pace at in the Ferrari. How long ago, Darren? How long ago did I do the full season? That was a couple years ago now, and I don't know if I'll ever do that again. That killed me that day. Yeah, GPL definitely drives pretty unique, but it does help in other sims. But it looks like I've been live for just about 4 hours, so I think that's probably enough racing for today. I don't know exactly what's next. Maybe do something a bit more relaxed. But thank you for joining me today for the Masters races. A lot of fun. Appreciate it. I think Lasse did a bunch of the organization to put them on. And I know firsthand that's a lot of work, so appreciate him putting in all the work for that and allowing us to put these do these races today with such a great grid. It really is a lot of the best drivers. Wasn't all of them, but it was a lot of the best drivers that still race GPL. So I don't know if when the results themselves will be fully completed, but I'll share them on the community post and my Twitter and stuff like usual. But I think that's it for today. So I appreciate you all watching. Thank you for tuning in for this, and I'll see y'all again next time.